Started. All right. Hi, Nova. How are you doing? All right. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for hanging out with me today. I'm excited to see people and to be back streaming again. It has been a bit longer than I intended, but I'm excited to be back. Feeling a little bit better today. Yesterday was just rough. I got some distressing news and just needed to take the day. But we're back. We've got a lot of stuff to work on because I still have markets to prep for. I have orders that have come in, and so we're gonna do some stuff. Now, one of the things that we have done, or that I worked on kind of in the back end of things, is I actually worked on prototyping a flogger for one. Let's see if I can get some of our cameras over here. So this is one of our lovely new pieces that I'm working on. Just simple, very soft, more sensation play than anything. But we might work on the other one of these later. To start though, we are actually going to focus on, let's see here. We're actually going to work on assembling and finishing up our lace collar and cuff set. It's been pretty much ready to go for a few days now. We really just have to put it together. Also, if you've noticed, I have cut some new leather in my meantime. I'm going to change this lighting a little bit because it's a little too bright. Cut some new leather. If you follow me on socials at all, you may have seen that I posted the Pride collar, specifically the Trans Pride one. That would be this collar right here. It's a beautiful piece, and I really like how it turned out. And apparently, so many people on social media have liked how it turned out too. So that's prompted me to make a few more. We are going to try some different flags. We are going to make a few more of these. So tonight we are going to focus on getting those dyed and ready to go. Yeah, I love the trans collar too. It's one of my favorites. Toby, I don't know if you saw, we also finished the Pride drip collar. That's this one right here. Let's see if I can hold it up right. There we go. So I think this one turned out really well too. It's not as popular as my other one, but it was a fun try and a fun work. I'll try to make more of those in the future too. For now though, we're gonna focus on these lace-lined collar and cuff sets because the market that I'm going to is very kink focused, and I think it'd be a lot of fun. So Nova, I would hope that it looks gay because it's very much gay. All right, let me grab our lace. We are gonna need that. We are also gonna need our glue here. So let's get this. Cut these down to size really fast. So here's the lace we're gonna work with. When all's said and done, my hope is that this is gonna lay really nicely. Let's see here. Let's get you kind of down and over here, just so you can see a little bit better. My hope is that this is gonna lay nicely over our padded backing here, but under the top piece. So it'll kind of look something like this. That's the goal. We're gonna have a matching piece for our cuffs, and then a matching collar to go with it. But to do that, we need to get this lace cut down to the size that we want, and then we need to start putting it together. Let's see. Let's get our lace cut. Hi Saturn, how are you doing? Let's see here. So I think we aren't really going to want to go. Our cuffs are pretty short, so we only really need lacing from here to here. So it's going to be a pretty short run for those, but that's really all we need for this. So I'm going to cut a little bit of overage. I'm just going to cut right along this line here. We'll trim it up further as we go. Both cuffs are the same size, so we will go ahead and just kind of do roughly the same length here. Puppy has a sandwich. Well, Bird forgot to eat before I started, so we might have to figure out something during stream or after stream to figure that out. But for now, I'm okay. I ate a later lunch. I'm okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, so again, the collar will be the same sort of thing. We want lace that is going to go from effectively where the tongue of our buckle is all the way down to where the hardware is that kind of starts the tongue of the strap. So probably about right here. I'm going to go again a little bit over. I'd rather be over than under on this, so I can always trim it back further. There we go. I'm not trying to be bad, I'm sorry. I just forgot to eat dinner before I started, that's all. Alright. So the hard part here is just kind of figuring out the assembly process. And that's kind of what I'm going to try to figure out now. This is new for me, and this is kind of that, oh, we're trying and seeing if this works. It worked pretty well for our lace line chokers, which are these, but these are designed differently. You'll see if I hold it up to our camera here, if it focuses, we have stitching all the way down, and the backing is just the same width as the collar itself. This will be a little bit different. So I'm kind of trying to figure out the process. So I think here, the first thing we need to do is probably put down our little drop cloth for some glue, since that's what we're going to be working on. So let's get this pulled out here. Get to sound like Darth Vader again in a little bit when I put my glue mask on. My respirator. But for the moment, I think we're just going to lay these out. Start with the cuffs. They should be a little bit easier. And my thought is, I'm really just going to glue the lace to the back here, just along this back piece, and then we'll punch some holes through it for the hardware, and then we'll stitch it, of course. That should finish it up pretty nicely. So I think here, cut this back all the way down to size now. There we go. Yeah, I think we're just going to do a little bit of glue here. I'm almost tempted just to do a super glue. That might honestly be an easier process. Not 100% sure. The hard part with super glue is that it is so sticky that if I get it wrong on the first one, it's going to be wrong. But then I also don't have to wear a face mask, so there is that too. Let's see if my super glue wants to work with me today. How's everybody doing tonight? pretty good, I'm hoping. Trying to get the glue piece. There we go. The little stopper of glue kind of cleared off here. So yeah, we're just gonna put a dab of glue all along. Oh, this soaks in so much. I might not be able to do this. Let's see. That leather just soaked up all that glue before it had a chance to adhere to anything. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to use our regular glue for this. All right, let's get that out. Luckily, the super glue won't do anything to the leather. May just make it a little stiffer, but where we put the glue, that's not a problem. Okay, let's do that. Let me grab my respirator here. Okay. Can y'all still hear me? Also, is the audio good? Is my voice, like, volume good? And is the music okay? We do like it when it's stiff. That's absolutely true. Alright. I think one of the things I might take a moment and do here is actually cut these down to size first. My thought process being, if they're right, the glue that I put on this backing that goes through the lace, I can just go ahead and glue to the padding as well, which will make it easier for my stitching. Everything sounds fine? Great. I am forgetting that, so I did design some fun PPE for my burb. Unfortunately, I did not get a chance to upload it before the start of the stream here. Today's been a weird day. I haven't been like super motivated, so I didn't quite get everything done that I wanted to get done. So we will live without it, but I do have actual PPE for my burb. Thought it might be fun to add that. Let's see here. I think I'm just gonna give this a bit of a trim. Get this ready. We should be good. Hi, Esper. Hope you're having a good evening. Thanks for stopping by. We are just getting started. Yeah, so my thought is we'll glue the back of this, just like we had planned. We'll put our lace down, and then we're basically just going to flip it over and get it glued up pretty quickly. The only thing we'll do first is we will, oh gosh, how do I actually want to do this? Order of operations is important, and I need to make sure I do it right here. And glue will help, but it also could get in the way if I don't have the buckle on first. So I think we'll just start here. Unless I cut this back further, which I really don't want to do. I kind of want this to stay a little bit longer. So, that's a tough decision. I think I'm going to trust my gut. I think I'm going to go ahead and just glue it up. But we're not going to attach the backing just yet. We're going to let this kind of get tacky and dry a bit. It might still have some adhesive when we're ready, but I want to get that hardware on first. I'm going to focus the glue here. kind of in that center area. I'm not wanting a lot at all because that lace is pretty sheer. I'm really just wanting enough to make sure it'll stick when I give it a little bit of pressure here. And thankfully, lace is super light, and so it's going to stick pretty nicely. Also, I should move this camera. Hold on. Let's see here. Let's get y'all situated. Maybe something a little bit more like that, perhaps. That might work a little bit better. Still out of my way, but a little bit closer of a view. Luke, I am your mother. Thanks, Star. Also, I'm an idiot. I like grabbed my Dr. Pepper. So I was like, I'm gonna grab some drink. And I'm like, I'm wearing a respirator, numbskull. I can't drink. Okay, so for this piece, I know that I want black hardware. So we're gonna go ahead and get out our 1-inch black buckles here. We should also grab our black Chicago screws. Because if I can get the buckle on, then I think I can kind of adhere everything else, and then we can stitch it before we put everything together. Hi, Sorka, how you doing? All right. So, we are just giving this a go. Honestly, since we're doing this one at a time, kind of tempted. Oh yeah, I can take this respirator off for now. I've got a fan going today that is just going to help keep things nice and ventilated in here. All right, so with this on, we're going to see about getting our buckles installed. And if we can do that, ooh, that's a good realization too. I might need to pull this back a little bit further because the buckle's gonna need some stay. Rather, it's gonna need more of this tongue. So I think I do need to cut this back almost all the way to there, just so I have room for the buckle to slide and to not, disrupt the lace itself, because we don't want to damage the lace. And this should help keep that nicer. We will trim this lace down into a nice angle at the end, but to get there, we need to get through the rest of this first. That'll be one of the last things that we wind up doing. So I can't get this put where I want it. There we go. Yeah, that's about what I'm hoping for. So now the lace will sit under it a little bit, but it's not interrupting the buckle at all. That's perfect, actually. So that's what we're looking for. It's about the length we want as well. I can show off the new flogger. I briefly showed it on screen earlier. This is still just a prototype, but let me give you guys a little bit better of a look. So this right here is the Florentine flogger. So this is, again, kind of a sensation. It's a very soft leather. It's just meant to be kind of brush against the skin But yeah, so finger holds up here. Let's see if I can show that a little bit better. Yeah, there we go. Finger holds right here, and then the rest of the flogger. It's meant to be able to spin, and it should work pretty nice. I'll try to get a video of it spinning, maybe after stream. Really can't do it here without like changing all of my camera angles, which I don't really want to do right now. But as it being a prototype, it's not like 100% finished. I won't do anything else to the actual fringe here, but I do want to remake this, kind of finish it off, burnish these edges, and make this part nicer, just because I think it's gonna look, I can make it look a lot better and also put my own maker mark on it. But yeah, I try to minimize the hardware on this, focused on doing more stitching. So you can see this is just kind of a sewn thread that wraps around it. And I think it turned out pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. But yeah, glad I could show it to y'all. Okay, we were getting ready to kind of set this where we want it. So if we take our padded backing here, and we put this right about here, which is where we want it to sit. Make sure we're in line with everything. It's harder to see through the lace, of course. So that's going to be a fun element to consider as I try to keep everything like straight and lined up. The other thing I might have to consider. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. 5 gifted subs. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. We're on a hype train. What?
Rad. We started a hype train.
Thanks, y'all. Let's see here. Let's see who got those subs. More. So many. So many. Let's see. Gabe Fox, thank you for the gifted subs. To Kujo Uwu, to Doodles22, Archaeonite, Toby Spaced, Big Bean, and then Vic Day, thank you for the 5 gifted subs as well. To Waveforms, to Sheburger again, to Muddy Blues, Birdie Boo, and Gabe Fox. Wow. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Holy smokes. Yeah. Holy smokes. Thank you. I'm floored. Oh my gosh. All right. We, let's see here. Make sure I've got everything. I think I'm caught up with it. Okay. We are going to try to get back on track now. My brain is,
Water, earth,
oh no.
fire, air. My grandmother used to tell me stories about the old days, a time of peace when the Avatar kept balance between the water tribes, Earth Kingdom, Fire Nation, and Air Nomads.
We must
but that all
maintain
changed
balance.
when the gifted subs attacked.
Gabe Fox, thank you so much. I appreciate it. You know, have a good rest of your time at work. Holy smokes, it's a level 3 hype train. Have fun at work. Hope it's not too boring or too tedious. Oh my gosh, Sorka, thank you for the gifted sub.
We beat our all-time high level of 3.
To Kai Keys, really appreciate it. Oh my gosh, we have definitely reached our goal. Holy smokes. Oh. Hi, thank y'all. Thank you so much. All right. Let me get my brain back onto leatherwork here. But thanks to everybody who's here. If you're just tuning in or just got a sub, thank you. And yeah, thank you for helping me reach my goal. We will be doing a stream where I'm in a corset, and I will be showing that off. We'll find a way to do that effectively. And we will, I'll never shrimp again. But holy smokes, thank you. It means so much, especially like this is my birthday week. In fact, my birthday is just a couple days from now. And this is just, I'm excited to try to kind of make Twitch something that I do consistently. And this just helps so much. So I really, really appreciate it. Thanks, y'all. Thank you so much. We're gonna try to get these. We're gonna try to get this hardware put in. Thank you, Toby. Got 34 rotations around the sun, and excited to be here, despite all the challenges and everything that's gone on. I love being here with all of you. So let's get that set just enough so we know things aren't gonna move. Let's get our next hole punched here. We are. So I'm realizing another thing that I didn't think about when I glued this lace is that I still need to put a D-ring in here. And the D-ring needs to be on the outside of the lace here. So that's something to address. We're gonna have to pull some of our glued lace off and hopefully not damage it. Worst case, we just kind of restart some of this and get some new lace if we damage it for whatever reason. Am I lined up? Yes, I am lined up. Okay. There we go. I'm not really trying to get these super tight. I'm going to go back and glue them at the end. One of the last things that I do. Oh my gosh. So much. Thank you again for the hype train. Thank you for all the gifted subs. I just still don't know what to say. We got a bunch of
Bird up.
bird up, absolutely. Looks like we got a bunch of unlockable emotes. Love that. Let's see if I don't know how to. I don't know what I'm doing. This is so new to me. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right, let's focus on not ruining this lace. Can we do this? I think, yeah, if I pull back just to there, that's all I need. And I think it'll be even. Yeah, okay, I can put that back for now. We're gonna get these two pieces of hardware on, and then we will pull that back and get the D-ring put on, and we should be good to go. All right. Looks like we, let's see, how do I do this? There. Apparently we have an unlocked emote called Fall Damage, which feels like what I'm experiencing from all of this right now. Move that back a little bit, so it'll be a little easier to see. Oh, I've got so much stuff that I'm gonna want to add and do to make the stream even better. A reminder that we do have a Discord if y'all are interested. We'd love to have you trying to make it a nice community. It's also a good place where I kind of ask people where or like what we want to work on next. So there's some projects that I have in the works that I kind of want to see if there's interest in streaming or not. So the Discord is where I tend to post about it. So feel free to jump in if you want. All right, here we go. Let's grab our black D-rings. Those are my buckles. There we go. We are going to need probably 3 of these in total. 1 for each piece. So I just drop everything and make a mess, you know, as one does. All right, now let's get this put under our lace here. Just to get it set where we want it. Yeah, just like that, I think. There we go. Get our next bit of hardware in. And we want to make sure that this is staying nice and even. Which looks like we are for the most part. I'm just doing this one at a time because I don't want anything to shift. And it definitely will have a tendency to do that if I let it. Go. Alright, make sure we're lined up again. Go across and cut our next hole. I was watching some other maker streams today while I was doing, you know, cleaning and some other like minor chores and stuff. And there were some cool ideas that I want to try. There's a craft that I want to start trying to do. I was watching someone make miniature potion bottles that were super cute, like very like fantasy style, that were going to be used for like earrings or necklaces. And I'm like, I would love to try that. It involves some resin work, which is always fun. And I think it could just be a really fun project. So I've been looking into that and seeing if it's like feasible for me to do right now. Because if so, I'd love to do it. All right. So we are good there. We are going to get our last couple of screws in here. Hold everything together. And then we are going to do the other 2 pieces. And then we'll switch over and stitch them up real fast. Yeah, they're really fun. They look good. I want to find, like, I could definitely do the earrings and do the necklaces. I think that'd be easy. It'd be a good ad for like my shop, especially for when I want to vend like Renaissance fairs or other markets like fantasy markets. But I'm trying to think if there's a cool way that I can incorporate them uniquely into like Leathercraft as well, because they're tiny. They're like fit in the size of my palm, so they're not super big. I was thinking like it might be fun to try to make a collar, like a potion, like a witch potion collar, where they kind of hang off of like chains or something around it. That could be really fun. Maybe a good fall time collar, as well as some other stuff. Seeing if I can kind of think of some kind of fun ways to work with that. Go. That. Just a bit of a trim here, just so these ends aren't so sharp on the lace. Go. I mean, yes, potion vials I would put on a waist belt naturally, but like these things are tiny. Like they're not real potion vials. They are literally like this big. If I had a better object, like the bottles are like the size of my stamp here. They are not large. So they don't really sit on a waist belt super comfortably, or at least they would be kind of lost on a waist belt. But they might look decent as like a collar adornment for like a kind of spooky vibe collar. So here we go. This is put together. We will get this stitched up here in a minute, and then this should look pretty nice. Small beakers would be great, and I do want to kind of get into some more glass work and like liquid stuff. If I can do these tiny ones, I could definitely do some larger ones too, and then I could actually make some like potion, like hip belts or flask belts and stuff. That would look really cool and like have, you know, mana potions. So think like my potion bottles, which are bigger, but like smaller ones that can maybe go like, I could see doing a like a gauntlet or a vambrance up here, and then having some like vials that kind of stick here. That might look really good. Could just be some fun stuff to work with there. All right, where did my other a little bit? Okay, let's get this cut down to size here. Move some of my tools out of the way. Right about there, which means we want to trim a wrist strap for holding tools. Sorka, are you talking like an actual usable one, or more of like a cosplay like fantasy one? Because I could probably do both. I would just change how I do the design more than anything. An actually usable one. That's honestly not a bad idea. So I do make a small collection of like usable utility items. So we're talking leather coasters, we're talking cast iron pan grips. So that would actually fit pretty nicely and would absolutely be something worth doing. For holding like jeweler's screwdrivers. Okay, I could see some of that. It would definitely, like, I would have to do a little research and make sure I'm making something that's either close enough to be universal or is adjustable enough to be like used for a specific set of tools. But that would actually be a really cool project. I might look into working it. Well, I mean, honestly, I will look into working on that. Whether it comes out as anything remains to be seen. All right, I'm gonna remind all of y'all to hydrate because I'm doing that right now. In just a moment, we are going to get some glue going again, so I will be Darth Vader briefly. First, we're going to cut this down, get to where we want it. There we go. Yeah, so like the vial, like the vambrance or something, or the what's the word? It's the brace that kind of goes over, like a gauntlet that goes over your wrist. Having them like on the inside or the outside would be really good. And yeah, like you could make them like, quote, holy water or poison if you're doing like a poison build of some kind. There's just a lot of cool stuff that we could do with it. And it definitely leans into, again, that kind of like fantasy, cosplay, LARP kind of stuff that I'm hoping to do more of. Okay, mask's going back on for a moment, so bear with me. Sorka, what do you mean, like a leather Pip-Boy? Okay, that's what I was gonna ask. I could try. That one's like, I feel like that's so bespoke, it would have to be a, what you call it? I'd have to know exactly like what computer would be used, you know? Like it would have to be a whole thing in order for it to be like a custom piece that I could make. But it would be really cool. I'd say like a mount for your standard phone, but I feel like phones are so big these days. I'm not sure there would be enough room on the wrist for it to sit comfortably. Although I love that just by talking about this, my mind's also going to the, oh gosh, the Nintendo, like, game gauntlet that used to exist. There we go. And I know I still need to add the D-ring, but it actually worked really well to glue it first and then come back to it. So we're gonna try that again. Yeah, the power glove. We could make our own modern power glove. That could be a lot of fun. Let's see here. Oh, I forgot to mention. Yep, just gotta add the D. Absolutely. I forgot to mention. I decided today. I think I've decided what game we're gonna play for my birthday stream on Sunday. I was gonna do something a little more horror based or try something like completely different. However, Nintendo just released their Direct, and in that Direct, Toby Fox announced Chapter 5 of Deltarune. I still haven't played any of Deltarune. I've watched some playthroughs of it, but I've not played it myself. And I think it could be a lot of fun to stream it in preparation for Chapter 5, which is coming up pretty quick. Hi, Bagel! How are you doing? We are talking about the Nintendo Direct, leather gauntlets and gloves, and various things that I want to try making now. Yeah, we're talking about kind of a bunch of stuff. Hope you're doing well. Let's see. Let's go ahead and get our next buckle on here. Yeah, I am going to do this. This was a little bit hard to do on the last one, and the buckle was already installed, so I'm going to go ahead and cut these down. Try to keep that straight. You know, as straight as this entire channel can ever be, which is not straight at all. There we go. Nine days, yeah. How's the prep for everything going? And yeah, we absolutely need to kidnap you once you're down here, just to come, just to say hi and catch up. Nova, that's a great question. I would assume that probably not. I'm pretty sure most everybody here is queer in some sense. Yeah, packing is a pain. I hate doing it every time I have to move, and cross-country, and I've done a lot of cross-country, is the worst. Packing and prepping is so stressful. this kind of just pulled up a little bit just so I can line up our holes here. There we go. All right, let's get the hardware added to this. Yeah, exactly. So even if liking girls is the straightest part about all of that, you're still pan. You're still queer. I mean, we would love to have you, Bagel. It was a lovely time last time, and this time I wouldn't be working almost the entire time. So I'd love to actually, hang out and get to know you and catch up. Also show you around Portland a little bit. Also, it's just more reason for us to come up to Seattle more often and, just visit various places in the PNW. So we have a lot of friends up and about, so kind of traveling up and down the coast is always a good thing. Okay. Here we go. Get our Chicago screws back in. I'm gonna be up in Seattle next weekend. So I think the 19th and somewhere around in those few days, is I think when we're heading up for the market. I'm not sure how free I'm going to be with the market in mind and with everything else, but yeah. I would love to see the lions at the zoo. We also still never got to see the snow leopards, and I know they're bigger now, so they're not baby snow leopards, but I'd still love to go see them. Yes, you absolutely need to set up a kennel. That would be great. Let's see here. We're going to do some camera angle changes here. Let's see if we can get a little bit better of a view, because I feel like 45 on that. I say let's get a better view, and then I immediately give you the worst view possible from that overhead. There we go. That might work a little bit better for now. They got sent to their new homes. Well, we still have the adult snaps to check out. There's always that. And yes, Victor, you are a very cute snap. Okay. But yeah, all that to say, to go back to what I was saying earlier, I think for my birthday stream on Sunday, I kind of want to, I want to play the Deltarune chapters in prep for the new release. So I think that's what we're gonna do, and we'll kind of go as long as we can. If it's really if people really enjoy it, I might stream it again, and before the actual release, or if I don't have that time because it's a busy couple weeks, I can always stream that before I actually play the new chapter, and we'll just be a few days late on actually playing the new chapter itself. Yeah. I don't do game streams all that often, but it's a release that I've been looking forward to, and I think it'd be a lot of fun. Yeah, you'll be moved up, Bagel. I'm assuming, though, you're going to be pretty busy still, getting unpacked and getting settled, right? However, if timing works out, we'd love to hang out while we're up there, or otherwise we'll come back up and hang out again soon, or kidnap you down here. Let's peel this back a little bit. We can, just like that. Get that D-ring in. Get everything resituated here. Matcha, you're 81% Borb. That's pretty good Borb. I don't think I've seen higher yet today. Unless I missed one, which is very possible. With the hype trains and the subs and all that stuff, I wouldn't be surprised. If time allows, and I'm not dead tired, exhausted from everything else we're doing, I would be happy to help or unpack or something if I can. I'll shoot you a message about it. Again, can't promise anything, but I'd be happy to help where I can. Nova, we could kidnap you sometime. We haven't hung out yet, and we still really need to, so be happy to. Matcha will reach the mythical 100 eventually. We've had a couple people do it. It is possible. It is possible to reach. It is not an impossible goal. I feel like we've all kept ourselves super busy. It's been a busy, past year. Alright, just gonna get these holes punched here, and we should be pretty much done assembling the second cuff. And we'll move on to the collar. Once the collar's on, or once the collar's assembled, we will switch over and do some stitching, and then we'll move on to one of our other mini projects. Yeah, the last year has been wild. It has been busy. Esper only 8% Burb.
Macho_main needs you to hydrate.
Thank you for the hydrate, Matcha. I will do that here in just a second. Bagel, there is a slight cooldown. If you try again, it should be working now. It's a very slight cooldown. It's like 10 seconds, but just enough so it's not spammed. Okay. Cheers, everybody. Got my Pizza Hut cup full of water. Make sure to drink some water or a drink of your own choice. Stay hydrated, it's getting hot out there. All right, and with that, we got our second cuff assembled. So we'll move on, do the same thing with our collar, and the last little bit of lacing for that. 22% orb. Someone will get there. Since the cat's out of the bag here, if you do reach 100 right now, you will get VIP'd for the month. So I've got several VIP spots still available, and those will reset at the end of the month. But it's just a fun one, and we want to be VIP, right? Okay. Let's cut this next piece of lace down here. No water, but vodka lemonade. Yeah, it's basically the same thing. It's got water in it, right? It's just like, you know, Dr. Pepper has water in it. At least a little bit. All right. Respirator back on for a minute. We're getting some Darth Burb again. Should be the last time we need it for a little while. Zaris, hi. Welcome. It'd be Nurse Practitioner Pepper if it didn't have any water in it. Okay. Get some glue here. Again, just kind of a light coat. We don't need it to kind of like go through the lace so much as just kind of hold it in place while we work. There we go. That's looking pretty good. Now, because the run is a lot longer on this collar than the cuffs, I think I am actually going to put the D-ring on first this time, just so I don't have to pull a whole bunch of lace back up. So we're just going to set that right there. Now, let's put our lace down. There we go. Just like that.
Zaris needs a bird to stop shrimping.
I was only shrimping a little bit, I promise. Straighten up. Well, look, we've reached the sub goal way sooner than I thought we would, I'll be honest. So, I will solve the shrimping problem with a corset here in one of the upcoming streams. And we won't have any more shrimping of a burb because I'm going to be stuck sitting as upright as I possibly can. It's honestly a really pretty corset too. Or at least I like it. It's not super decorated. It's more of like a utility corset, but it does the job and looks good. Ah, what? What's your favorite snack food? Share with the class. Ooh, great question. Yeah, if y'all ever want to ask me questions, I'm happy to chat. Favorite snack food though. Recently it changes. So it absolutely, holy smokes, 15 stream streak. Wow, Zaris, thank you so much. It changes. Currently my favorite snack is actually going to be, or has been, goldfish. It has been remarkably species affirming as a Therian to munch on goldfish, and I like it. It's been a really tasty treat. Let's see. Goldfish so hard though? I mean, they've got a good satisfying crunch to them. You gotta have that crunch. Cut these down a little bit. Give ourselves a trim. Like that. Oh, I can't forget snacking bread. Snacking bread is always a good option. Same, Esper. Yeah, exactly. Goldfish rock. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah. No, goldfish are amazing. They are such a good snack and such a good treat food. When I was working in outdoor education, I had a lot of times where I'm teaching kids in the outdoors, and I don't have like a lot that I can do with my lunches in prep because we're going to be out in the field all day. Goldfish was one of my go-to, and it made the kids so jealous every single time, and it made me so happy that I had them. Okay, let's get our last buckle here.
Now here is where I upset a burb and a leggy. Cheez-Its greater than goldfish.
Okay, Cheez-Its are good. I like Cheez-Its, and actually they kind of vie for one of my top favorite snacks. But they kind of rotate in and out. Goldfish has just been the one that I've been on a kick for right now. I do like Cheez-Its. Goldfish, though, are just, they're satisfying that like critter brain as well. Yes, I absolutely remember Guppies. I so remember Guppies. Guppies were absolutely something I had in my lunches growing up. At least a dozen times. So I do remember those. Let's see. There's also, so growing up in Texas, we had HEBs. And so they had a version that was like, they were called like Lone Stars, I think is what they were called. They're basically goldfish, but in star-shaped. And since HEB is a Texas brand, that's just what they went with. I had those, and interestingly, I had someone send me a pack of them just a couple months ago. Those slap harder than I remember. Yes, plural, I believe. Because you get a box of 1 billion of them. Look, they're Texan. Logic doesn't always sit with Texas brands. If you can have a Lone Star or be somehow Texas oriented, you're gonna do it regardless of the logic. Okay. Get these lined up where I want them to sit. Punch these first 2 holes out here. Make sure everything's lined up as perfectly as we can get it. Yeah, Saturn would be into pinches and pounces. But yeah, so right now goldfish are absolutely one of my go-tos. They're one of my favorite snacks. They're definitely a comfort food. Matcha, are you a goldfish? I mean, you're a snack. And you do smile back. That's absolutely right.
Turmoil has engulfed the Galactic Republic.
Oh,
the taxation of trade routes to outlying star systems is in dispute. Hoping to resolve the matter with a blockade of deadly battleships, the greedy Trade Federation has stopped all shipping to the small planet of Naboo. While the Congress of the Republic endlessly debates this alarming chain of events, the Supreme Chancellor has secretly dispatched 2 Jedi Knights, the guardians of peace and justice in the galaxy, to settle the conflict.
Wow, that feels like that's going to escalate into a massive galactic war. Thanks for the news, Burb. Okay, just gonna get these set here. If it'll let me. Come on. Check here. Make sure this is like... Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. This is one of my Chicago screw pieces, but it doesn't have threads in it. Like, it never got threads. That's a bummer. There we go. So you get the feeling that the evil dude is going to get really wrinkly. Yeah, that does tend to happen. I feel like evil does get wrinkly on occasion. All right, here we go. Get a couple of these. Literally had parts arrive for a customer's car with the mounting holes on it. Yeah, I've dealt with that kind of stuff before too. There's a few pieces that I've ordered that I've just been like, wow, they didn't even try to machine this. If I had a workshop, I would just machine it myself. But I don't have a workshop, so instead I just, you know, set it aside and use a different piece, or if it's a bigger piece, like not just a screw or something, then we make a phone call or an email. What other snacks does a burb like? Ooh. So I'm a really big just fan of fruit. You know, both like, I like berries, I like apples. So usually my go-to when I'm not feeling like a crunch-a-munch is going to be Saturn. Yes, you're right. Absolutely. But yeah, I like having like fruit on hand or berries or just little snack bits. Baby carrots, always a fun one. I don't know if I shared this on stream, but baby carrots I have a fun story with baby carrots. Okay, did that? I don't feel like that sunk well. No, it did not. Glad I noticed. Let's fix that. There we go. Hey, look. Saturn, you don't have to call me out like that. That was one time. One time I got caught. Oh, I'm a huge fan of Dr. Pepper, Zaris. I'm one of the Dr. Pepper trans girls. But yes, Saturn is right. I have been known in the past, especially when I'm like struggle snacking, to do things like, I don't know, take a can of peaches and just, you know, eat them straight out of the can, because that's easier. I usually do diet. Toby, thank you so much for hanging out. I hope you have a good evening, get plenty of rest, and I hope to see you next time. I also need to drop in on another one of your streams. Okay, get this put together here. Then that'll be all of our hardware assembled, and we can move over to stitching. Glad to hear it, Toby. Have a good night. Yeah, who put the peaches in the can? Because, like, that's a great place to have them. I don't have to, like, cut them up. They're usually pre-sliced. They're just easy access, and they last forever. So canned peaches are great. And like I said, look, this was a struggle snack, okay? Judge me all you want, but this is it worked for me in the moment. Okay, so assembly of this is done. I think we're looking pretty good. I won't bend it up too much because we need to stitch it first, but yeah, this is looking nice. One of the things I might do now is I might actually go put a dab of super glue under here. See if I can't get this padding, this backing here, to adhere better. Mostly to keep it from, to keep the backing from sliding at all while we stitch. I've run into a couple instances where I'm doing some work, and I find that the backing will shift and move a little bit, and I want to try to minimize that for pieces like this. Man in a factory downtown. I mean, yeah, they were. But look, if it gives a bird tasty, tasty peaches, I can live with that. Also, we appreciate canning for its ability to be long-term shelf stable. Always nice. Okay. Okay, here we go. Looking pretty good there. That's sticking pretty nicely too. Matcha, I'm so sorry. I feel like I've missed like the last 18 of your references. I feel like you and I need to sit down and you need to verse me in internet culture a little bit. Zaris, you can sit me down too. What we'll do is we'll just kind of like tie me to a chair and we'll just go through all the videos until I recognize all the references that y'all make. It'll be great. Okay. Set our drop cloth aside. I don't have enough reserved brain cells for that. I mean, you're right. I don't have a lot of brain cells that I can offer. That is absolutely true. But I feel like we could do it. We could make it work. Okay. Here's where I have a question for everybody as I get the sewing machine set up. So we used our silver, or this gray thread last time, and it looked really good. This is the thread that I used on. This is the thread I used on on the trans collar. It looks really good. It's a nice gray. Put this up here just so y'all can see it a little bit. Looks really clean on the. Actually, I'm going to switch this over. Looks really clean on the black, but let's do that. There we go. Rotate that and get y'all kind of set up here for this. It looks really clean on the black, but I wonder, you know, for this type of collar that we're doing, come on, focus for me, please. Pretty please. Help to go back a little bit. There we go. Looks really clean on black, but we could do a black thread on these pieces and just kind of have it blend in. Or we could do a white, or I've got an even like shinier silver that we could do. Don't worry, Matcha, I'm really bad at Trivial Pursuit too. There needs to be like an internet poison version of Trivial Pursuit. Where did my tray of threads go? How did I misplace that? Y'all, I'm going crazy. Where did I put... I literally had it out just a few minutes ago, just before the stream started. It's just called Jackbox. I mean, that's fair. We could do a Jackbox site. That would be a lot of fun too. White or shiny silver. I do agree. I think it will stand out and look good with the frill. Yeah, there we go. You can see the lace and the gray thread there. If I can find my thread box, I can show y'all the silver that just came in, because I had a bunch of thread. There it is. Found it. It was over there. So here's the new actual like shiny silver that I have. See, it's got a lot of shine to it. Probably not going to be good for this one, just because we're looking for something a little more traditional, but I'm really excited to use this one. My bird bands. Where are you? My critter collection, so my anklet that is a bird band here. That is very hard to see. This will use a silver thread that I'm excited for. And I'm excited that I can now machine stitch this project, because it is a lot of work doing it by hand. You put white, yep. All right, I think we will probably rock white then. Let me get, I mean, honestly, probably just use the same thread that we have on right now. I think it's gonna look good. I have a different white, but I feel like it's gonna be a little too white, if that makes sense. The lace kind of gives it a darker backdrop because of the holes in it. And so I think that like slightly off-white, that slightly gray might be a little bit better. Okay, so let me get the rest of this set up here. I want to make sure we have everything here. There we go. Everything in line here so y'all can see all right. Okay. Now the good news is we've already done all the tensioning for this, so we just can get going. Because we did our project on the last stream, where we finished the Trans Pride collar, it has the same thickness and the same material usage as these, so we should be good. I think I did build in room around my hardware, which is good. When I first started, I didn't do that, and it was kind of kicking, or it would get caught. I think we will be okay though. I'm gonna start here. Definitely need some more leeway. One more thread from my top stitch. There we go. A little bit more on the bottom. And off we go. All right, so as always, we are going to start with our back stitch. Make sure we're nice and lined up here, right where we want to be. Make sure our back stitch on this padding sometimes doesn't like to go as far back as I'd like it to. Go. Stick that forward again. Let me know if y'all have any trouble seeing as we go. I think we're at a good angle right now, but obviously if that changes, I want to make sure we adjust it. Right up to this corner here. There we go. I almost always start on these cuffs, or the shorter, like smaller options, because it helps me see and check if there's any distinct issues that will be less noticeable on a smaller run like this, or easier to fix and redo if I need to, than on the longer runs for the collars or bigger projects. All right. This is going pretty smoothly so far. I'm pretty pleased with this. There we go. Another stitch rotation. Oh yeah. Do I have a thread dog here? Any thread dogs in chat? Also, while I'm looking for that, I'm gonna grab a soda. You will do, just to hold things in place for a second. Why did I think of a sofa? Only up dogs? So no thread dogs, just up dogs. And a sofa. Oh, dang it. Okay, good. We are... There we are. I thought that didn't stitch. Okay, we'll go back through that. Try that one more time here. That was cleaner. Again? Okay. Just that.
Hey birdie, birdie, birdie. Have you heard of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV? With an expanded free trial which you can play through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Shadowbringers expansion up to level 80 for free with no restrictions on playtime. Also, I love you.
No, I have not.
Taurus needs you to hydrate.
I have never heard of Final Fantasy XIV. Do tell me more about it. Zaris, thank you for the hydrate. I'm gonna do that here in just a second. we go. Cheers, everybody. Take a drink. You're 4 away from TTS. That's a bummer. I will say I did extend the TTS time limit, so you can now go more than 30 seconds. So the sprinkler should be fine now. Zaris, I understand. Thank you for hanging out. Really appreciate it. Hope you have a good night and get plenty of rest. Alright, sewing machine, why are we acting weird? What is going on? We're running so perfectly. Okay, just did not like that corner, I guess. That definitely happens sometimes. At least I've noticed that with this machine. Sometimes it's just like, nope, I want to do what I'm gonna do. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it too. It'd be great to see and hang out with you again. Yeah, have a good evening. Go. Just a couple more stitches here, and we'll back stitch this. See, we did it again. I actually kind of wonder. So, my theory right now is that I'm actually catching a little bit of the super glue when that happens. It doesn't happen with the leather cement that I typically use. But for any bit of super glue, which this is the first cuff that we did do a little super glue and it's soaked in, I wonder if that's actually affecting the the stitching or the needle and actually kind of driving it off center. So I could easily see that being an issue here. Okay. We're almost through here. Back this up a little bit. What are we caught on? Yeah, I think the super glue was actually not a great choice. That's a bummer. Go. That's not a great noise. Did I damage that needle at all? No, I did not. Good. Got some spares if I need it. What I'm curious about is that I'm not... There we are. It was like catching on something under there. Okay, we're gonna do that back stitch real fast. Finish this piece off. There we go. There we are. I think the last bit was just dealing with, I was going through a little bit too much of a knot of thread here, but the first little bit, not too bad. Pretty pleased with that. Go ahead and just burn our thread ends down. Hello? Do we not want to heat up? What's going on here? Did my battery die? I mean, I guess that's possible. It's not likely though. This is not, I don't use it all that much, so it's a little odd. We're definitely not getting hot. Huh. Let's see here. I don't think I have a spare battery up here. I need to run and grab one. Do that. We'll take a very short break while I do it. It's the only thing I can think that's happening, because I used it earlier today without any issue. Huh, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna run and grab that. Honestly, I'll be just a moment. So, I'll just keep y'all in my headphones. So, let me run and grab a battery. Now's a great time to get up, stretch, grab a snack or a drink. If you have them, grab some goldfish for me. All right, battery acquired. Okay, I am back. I have no idea if my mic actually went that far. It is a wireless lapel, and I'm realizing that it probably cut out the moment I left the room. So, I'm back though. We're gonna do a little bit of repair here. See if it's the battery that's the issue. Worst case, I've got a lighter, and we can do this. The old-fashioned way. Oop. Yep. I'm assuming then. Oh yeah, you went hot right away. It was definitely the battery. Interesting. I think the trigger was stuck in the on position. I wonder if that just drained the battery. Glad I had it in the case. There we go. Get those little ends burned in, just so they're out of the way. We'll do the same for the back here. Oh no.
Did you know that this Sunday Suyuan Day and Saturday it's the 9th annual Dallas Mower Expo? BTEEEEE. As the biggest names in mowers, hedges and clippers, hedges and clippers, hedges and clippers. Sunday cutting technology lit hot et eveni rips ni elgatseps fo elgatseps ni rips ni evuet otlet see king full of painting see king. Don't miss the Dallas Mower Expo Oaks Rewim Saladi HT Simpler BTEEEEE. You are here.
Matcha. Excellent. Maybe I need some new mowing gear. back at it. We're going to get some more stitching done. Thank you again, everybody, for coming and hanging out. And thank you so much for, helping me reach my sub goal so quickly tonight. Honestly, it means the world to me, and I appreciate having everybody here. Anyone new? My name's Birdie. I am a leather worker and a bird. And yeah, we are making some cuffs tonight. Talking about my Sunday stream, which is my birthday stream, what we're going to do, and generally just kind of hanging out, having a good time. Let's shift that forward. There we go. A couple more stitches till we get to the corner here. We are stitching up our lace lined or lace trimmed cuff set and collar set. Get rid of some of that excess there. Pocket stand. That was a really good one. King of the Hill. Such a good choice. Yep. Get everything lined up where it needs to be here. There we go. And off we go again. So we were talking Deltarune earlier. I'm curious for anybody who watched like Summer Games Fest or the Nintendo Direct or any of the other like announcements. I believe I watched the Cozy Game announcements as well. Did y'all see anything that you are particularly excited for? Oh yeah, Star Wars XCOM. That looked very interesting. Not generally a genre that I play much, but it definitely looks cool. I'm excited to see that kind of branching into the Star Wars universe a little bit. It's a good background for it. I don't remember if I don't recall anything about Zero Company. Oh yeah, speaking of movies, yeah, Backrooms. I'm actually hoping to go see it this weekend if we can, because I have not seen it, but I've heard a lot of really good things about it. Also, like the highest grossing A24. Oh, that was 1666. It's the like the like Dutch handmade like assassin. That was looks very interesting. Instead of woo, we are doing Backrooms then. I'm excited. Yeah, it definitely looks Kubrick. It definitely looks like it'd be Kubrick-like. I'm excited to see it. Sorka, the Star Wars XCOM set at the end of the Clone Wars, leading a mercenary company doing Star Wars things. That's fair. This is not going to have stitched. So do that corner a little bit here. Yeah, the 1666 looks interesting. I'm very curious. I feel like we didn't see all that much about it. I mean, we did, but I'm still trying to get a vibe for exactly what the game's going to be about. I know another big one on my list is the Big Walk. I am excited for that. That is made by the studio that did Untitled Goose Game. And I'm just really excited because it looks really dumb and really fun to play with friends. Right around this corner here. Get everything lined up here. This corner is a little bit messy. I want to make sure it's not that messy. There we go. Should get me a little bit better here. There we are. You're excited for Big Walk and been frothing at the mouth waiting for them to announce the release date. We finally have it. Yeah, me too. I wouldn't say I've been like looking for it, if that makes sense. Mostly just because I didn't know it existed. But now that I've seen it, I am so ready for it. Go. One more stitch here. Now we're going to back stitch. There we are. Go ahead and pull that out. It's a little more slack here to work with. We are. Got a bunch of our excess threads off. And this piece is as good as done. I know we're going a little bit slower than I anticipated, but I think we're making some good progress on stuff. Hopefully y'all are still having a good time just watching and hanging out. Now, a couple more threads here. Here we are. All right, that is one of our cuffs done here. So, looks pretty good. When we actually put it together now, let's see how that looks. Yeah, not bad. I think the lace trim looks pretty nice. Gives it a nice little touch there. So I'm pretty pleased with that. I think the collar is definitely going to be the one that looks the best here. But the cuffs here look really good too. Okay. Let's go ahead and get our next one lined up here. I do really love seeing, thinking about the back rooms again, I do really love seeing more like indie stuff come out. I know A24 is not super indie anymore as a production, but I do think it's like cool to see that like internet culture and internet things are happening and like interesting in the public's eye. I mean, I could, you know, reference like, oh, what is it? You know, Markiplier doing Iron Lung, seeing some people really kind of break out into that. Don't get me wrong, I actually wasn't a huge fan of Iron Lung. I think it was okay, but I think the story just didn't translate well into into a movie. But I'm appreciative of seeing like smaller directors. So like seeing Markiplier do that, seeing Kane Pixels kind of see that whole process like happen. It's cool to see, and it's nice to see new directors, new producers, and new like people working on this stuff. Go. Now we kind of have the process down. This is going a lot quicker. I feel like sometimes just figuring out the order of operations and like how you're going to do a project like this is honestly the hardest and the slowest part. I'm trying to think if there's other stuff I've been really excited for to come out. Obviously, Star Fox. Nice to see that one again. Had a chance to play the demo a couple nights ago. And I mean, it's effectively a remake of Star Fox 64, but I'm honestly completely okay with that. It looks good, it controls well. I think it's gonna have more story than the original had, which I'm gonna be looking forward to. And yeah, I don't know. I just see that. I'm glad to see that we're going back to the Star Fox universe. We need more furries in video games. Make sure I'm actually lined up here. One of those where I'm like a millimeter off. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Make sure that goes back where I want it. Then getting in a bad habit. Moving my foot on the sewing machine just a little too early. And then the entire thing doesn't thread quite like I want it to. I have to redo that stitch again. That's what's been happening. I think we should be good now, maybe, if it will. Nope, not quite. There we go. Okay. Back on track. There we go. Just do a quick back stitch now. There we are. One more bit done here. Looking pretty good on the underside. I'm pleased with that. Clean it up nicely here. There we go. Here we are. I'm excited to hopefully get more into the vending scene down here. I was talking with Victe about it earlier, and I'm trying to get into as many vending spaces and shows as possible, in the hopes that we can actually make this something that I can make somewhat of a living off of, which is exciting and also super nerve-wracking because, you know, now I have to like work exceptionally hard to make sure I have enough like stock on hand, because, you know, vending shows don't really like it. They don't like you to just take commissions at the show. They want you to actually sell product, and that's fine. But most of my product has a lot of work that goes into it. And as a result, making it takes time. There we go. Ah. Go right on the corner there. Give that a quick rotate. But that said, there are a lot of really cool markets out here in the PNW. And I've been browsing a few of them, trying to see which ones that fit my vibe, like what I sell, what I can produce, and also are ones that like are affordable for me to actually vend at. There's a surprising amount of them. The hard part is that most of them that I'm finding, vending applications have already closed. So it's stuff that I'm more taking note for probably next year. Vibe holders. Yeah, that's true. Those are usually pretty popular. They're not that hard to make either. It's really just kind of getting the lengths and the adjustable portions down. That is absolutely one that I have considered. Just tool holsters or like actual like in-place holders. But yeah, I've been very unlucky with oh, I find a really cool market, and then I look at it and it's like vending applications closed like 4 days ago, and that's like cool, great. I'll remember for next year. Really, I should have been looking for all of these things immediately after losing my job. Should have been like one of the first things I did. It's like, okay, where can I sell in person this spring or this summer? And I just didn't do that. So that's kind of on me. But on the plus side, the ones that I am getting to be a part of, I have the time to make stock, and honestly, knowing them in advance now means that I can start prepping well in advance for future ones, so that I have that stuff. Victe, that was not on you. You do not have to, you know, find venues for me. That is something that I can do and should be doing myself as well. I appreciate every bit of help that you give me. But I also, like, I don't expect you to do that. You have so many other things that you have to worry about and work on. Like, you don't... Help is great, and I want it, and I love it. But I'm also a big girl. I can do my own footwork. I don't hold any of that against you, just so you know. You know, when your ex started doing vending more seriously, she later made full spreadsheet of every single, yeah, that's what I need to do. So that's what I kind of started working on today. I need to get a full spreadsheet work done, because that's kind of the next step. Just, hey, what is a good market, what's feasible, and when are they? Like, have a full calendar of them. That way I can prep and plan in advance. Go. There's that. There we are. Get these trimmed down just a little bit more. And we are almost done with this project. We just have the collar left, which should go pretty quickly.
Burb 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 burb.
Hi, Sorka. Excellent use of Borb. I was telling Victe and Saturn, I love that Borb has just become the vessel for I love that Borb has just become the vessel for chat being unhinged or doing copy pastas, or, you know, the John Madden, you know, all those. Here we go. Got another one done. One more to go, y'all. Just gonna reset our thread here. Make sure we have enough excess to work with. Let's see here. All right. Let's get this last piece done, and we can work on some other stuff for tonight. It was a good one. Just burb. Lots and lots of burb. Speaking of, do we have any 100% burbs in chat? %, not quite. That's okay. I'll keep trying. quick rotate here. Cut off some of our excess. And away we go. Apparently you can't. I mean, give it a try now. I honestly just need to remove the cooldown on that one. At least like the global cooldown, and just make it an individual cooldown so you can only do it like every 10 or so minutes or something. Because the global cooldowns, it's just a chat message, isn't too bad. And we're still a pretty small community, so 91% burb. That's pretty good. That's a lot of burb. Okay, let's see here. I told y'all my favorite snacks. What are y'all's favorite snacks? There we go.
Black cap chickadee.
Y'all are too smooth. Y'all are way too smooth. Love that. Also super fair. I did set y'all up. Also, Saturn, you're right. Dick's is really good. If y'all haven't been to Dick's in Seattle, if y'all haven't been to the Dick's in Seattle, it's a great, really cheap burger restaurant. It's like one of those perfect, like 2 a.m. Like post-party kind of grab food. I love my chat. Y'all are unhinged. It's so good. All right. Give that not quite a turn. We're almost there. Go right up to the corner on this one. There we go. Self a little bit of a support on the back there. One of your favorite snacks is Flaming Hot Cool Ranch Doritos. Excellent choice. We love some good Doritos. Esper, I love that you share the goldfish with me. Ooh, mozzarella sticks, also a good choice. A little more prep involved, but so worth it. Matcha, I know exactly why you're doing that. And fair. Okay. Yeah, it sounds like that'd be very stressful. I agree. Okay. We're getting close to finishing this panel here. We're only one panel away from finishing this entire project. This white was a good choice in thread. Esper, I kind of agree with you on that. It's an expensive modification if it doesn't go perfectly well. But I feel like, you know, if you start with your cheapest one and that goes well and you kind of learn the process, then you get a little more confident for doing the other more pricey ones. Go, just a few more stitches. Absolutely, the payoff's gonna be completely worth it. I mean, that's fair, Esper. Alright, we're gonna get a good back stitch on this. Here we go. And this panel is complete. There we go. Go ahead and burn this down. Mostly to keep it from unraveling here. There we are. All right, that's one more piece done here. Looking really good. We just got one more piece to do. The one you just did is only sold in batches. Oh gosh. That's a risk. I would not want to mess that one up. But you said you just did it, so I'm assuming it all went really well. Okay. Let's finish this piece up. I'm excited to be finishing this one. A, because we can work on some other stuff, which is just as fun. But B, these have also just kind of been sitting on my desk now for like a week. So I'm like, I just want to clear them off the desk. There we go. One more right up to the corner here. A bit of a rotate. Cut our excess like we do always. There we are. Need a drink now? I mean, that's fair. That feels like it'd be stressful enough. Oh, I need a stretch. That's what I need. All right, there we go. I feel like the older I get, the less I can just stay in one position for a long period of time. Like I just gotta get up and move and stretch and just generally change how I'm sitting or standing. All right. Go. I love how much I misunderstood or misquoted myself for how long this assembly portion would take. I try to plan out the things that I want to work on for streams. And I usually give myself a list of like 8 or so items. And this collar and cuff was just one item, which means roughly 30 minutes or so. And I feel like if I'd had them, if I was just stitching, that would be right. But the gluing and assembly and figuring out that process, I was very, very wrong. That's okay, we will get stuff done that we can. Like I said, we still have plenty of other things that we can work on after these finish, including some design work that I want to do. I was hoping to start work on a harness today. In fact, I've got some of the pieces already set up on the desk here. However, we might put that on hold because I need a tool that I don't have access to right now because my drill battery is not working for me, and I need that so I can make an adjustment that I could not otherwise make. Basically, I put on a to go just a little bit further here. I put on a snap fastener that we thought we were going to use, and then we changed the color choice for that item, and so now I need to drill it out. we go. Redo that one more time. I need to drill it out and reset it so we can move forward with the correct colors. But that reminds me, I get to show y'all what I got. As soon as we finish this, I get to show you the new leather I got, because it's exciting, and the new threads. So I'm really hyped about it. I know most of y'all may not be, oh, it's just leather and threads. But y'all, I love this stuff, and I love getting to do new thread colors. Yeah, puppy leather. I love getting to do new thread colors, new leather colors, and seeing what cool stuff I can make with it. So in this case, I'm excited because this is like an electric blue for leather. And then I have like so many new threads to work with, and they're all machine stitchable threads, meaning they can go on this machine and be used in any of my projects. Does it mean that I need to go through and update my website again? Yes, because those threads are not currently listed on the website, and I need to add them so people can order with them. They're very, so a lot of the threads that I got are very, they're very neon, very bright. And so I've got like a whole bunch of good stuff that's going to be for like, rave gear, which would be a lot of fun. And I would love to make some more bright and vibrant stuff, just because I haven't done it before. And I think I could do a lot of really fun things with it. Eventually, when I get a pup hood pattern worked out, because I'm currently in the early process of trying to get a pup hood made, like a pattern that I can use to make them. And I could just kind of like take it from the existing ones, but I want to obviously change things up and make it my own so that I can, actually make it a product if I want to. So I'm in the process of that, but getting there would be a lot of fun, because then we could do leather masks and hoods and other fun stuff. Plus, it's just a skill improvement for me. At the end of the day, collars and harnesses and belts and things like that are great and customizable, and I love making them. But they're also very simple. We're talking a simple leather strap stitched and designed to, maker satisfaction and my own desire. But I kind of want to try to get more into some of the 3D leather crafting, get into like some of that stuff that, I would love to be able to, make hoods. I would love to be able to make corsets and, other stuff that requires more understanding of like fabric and stitching and like how patterning works for clothing. Just kind of just the next step for me. So I'm excited to be getting started on that. Getting some of this leather is that first step. Second step is obviously getting a pattern that I feel comfortable with. Yeah, we'll just kind of go from there until we get some stuff that we really like. It does help that I've been getting more requests for like unique pieces that otherwise I wouldn't normally do. All right. We did it. Ooh, that last line is not perfect, but it is pretty good for a pre-made piece. I am not going to let perfection be my enemy here. Also, there's not a whole lot I could do about it aside from, you know, start from scratch. Star, I would love that actually, especially in regards to patterning and pattern making, because that is something that I just don't have a lot of skill in and a lot of experience. But yeah, that is done. And if we wrap that around where it should sit, we will see what it looks like. I'm gonna move this out of the way for a second. Bear with me. We're gonna move our sewing machine out of the way. So we're not gonna use it right now. Oh, it's a heavy, heavy beast. Oh, I made a mistake. I put my thread tray where the sewing machine goes. Oops. Try and move that up here because there's threads I want to show y'all. All right, sewing machine's out of the way here. Get that. Let's see, just like that. That should be a little bit better. Yeah. So, first things first. I think that turned out pretty good. When you pair them with the cuffs, get a nice matching set that I think will look really cute. All right, with that done, set these aside for now so I can show y'all some stuff. Okay, first and foremost, the reds. We have some really good small spools here. Get them moved over so y'all can see. Some of them I've used on a few projects, but yeah, these are all new colors of threads. Get them oriented so y'all can see them a little bit better here. Look at that. Got a nice mix of bright thread colors. Star, that would be great. If you let me know if you find one, and I will probably invest in getting it at some point. But yeah, we got some cool new threads. These are from Rocky Mountain Leather Company. They've been a really good, a good mix of like leather and hardware and materials. But on top of these, we also got this collection, which is going to be what we're going to use when we work on the harness. These are my like neon, bright neon threads. And they look really good, and they're going to be great for the harness that I'm going to be making, which is going to be a purple, a bright pink, and a blue, which the blue has arrived too. So let's take a look at that. So I've got my purple leather. So this is the purple that I'm using. It's a really nice, vibrant purple. We love a good purple in this house. Just get this stuff kind of moved out of the way here. There we go. We have that purple, but here's the blue that just came in. So this is the blue. Yep, so we've got this ultraviolet purple is what it's called. We've got this beautiful like electric blue. And then the thread that we are going to use specifically for this harness when we get to that point is going to be, if I can get it out of this box that we just had, there we go, is going to be this bright pink. And then we're going to wrap it all up. The final little bit is going to be some of the black hardware pieces, which is going to match really nicely with the pup hood that this is going to go with. And I'm really excited to get working on this one. So we probably won't work on it tonight just because it's a longer project, and at this point in the night we have other smaller things we can work on, and like I said, I still need my drill to be functioning, and my drill does not want to function right now because you can see on the strap here that we have, you can see these gold the gold snap fasteners, the rainbow top. We're swapping those out for black, and I need to drill them out. So instead, we are going to work on some other stuff. I did get one other bit of leather too in the order. I got a really nice new kind of, let's see, the lighting's a little bit hard here. It is I think chestnut is the color that it was called. It's kind of like milk chocolate. That's what I'm considering it. So in comparison, I have a darker chocolate that I have been using and I'm just starting to run out of, that this is kind of replacing for now. But that's going to be another good leather to work with. So that chestnut is also in comparison. This is my like darker chocolate that I've had, but I don't have much of it left anymore. So yeah. Now, what are we doing right now in this moment? With those collars done, the next thing I wanted to work on was going to be, let's see here, reference my little guide of what I had planned. Right. We are going to take a minute. We're going to dye this leather black. This will only take a few minutes here. So we'll be able to set it aside and let it dry. These again are going to be more of these collars. So they're going to be dyed black, and then we're going to paint pride flags on them. I've already got the flags selected. So this one is going to be the lesbian flag. This one is going to be the ace flag. This one is the gay flag. And then this last one is actually interesting. I've got kind of a diamond pattern on this. I'm going to try something a little bit different. Let's see if it'll focus, please. Any day now. Focus for me. You can do it, camera. I believe in you. Maybe. You can see it all blurry. Don't know why it doesn't want to focus, but that's going to be kind of something more unique. I'm not sure exactly what I'm going to do with that one yet. I did it that way because I actually fucked up. It was going to be the masculine gay flag, and I ended up cutting the stripes wrong. And so rather than wasting a whole piece or just starting over, it was just like, we're just going to adapt and make it something different and unique. All right, we are going to get our drop cloth back out here. We're going to do some dyeing real fast. The good color kind, not the bad kind. We are going to grab my little dye bucket here and our dyes. Thankfully that was closed. And I'm going to go grab some gloves. Let's see here. So this should take a few minutes, and then we are going to switch gears, and I want to do a design on something. I want to try to make, this is where we try to just fly by the seat of our pants, but I thought about this today. I was thinking about all of the like desire to do some more fantasy gear and some more like kind of nerd culture stuff. So we are going to try to digitally design a D20 dice in panels, and then I'm going to see if I can't sew it together into a three-dimensional D20. So we're going to pull the designer up, we'll get some numbers put in. I've got a couple of patterns that I'm going to reference. We'll try to make it, unique. And then we'll probably laser engrave it. And while the engraver's running, we will work on some other stuff. Namely, probably working on the second of the floggers that I was making. And then painting some of our boot charms to kind of finish up for the evening. As I feel like all of that together is going to take the rest of our time, if not more than what I had planned. And I don't mind going late. In fact, we might, just because I'm having a good time and I want to kind of keep being productive. I also really need to finish these pride flags, I'm going to be honest. We are just going to put some of our black dye in here. Probably need a little more than that. Before we do, I am going to go soak or wash my leather straps. Bear with the sink noises for a second. There we go. All right. Our straps are nice and soaked. I was watching someone on YouTube do dyeing and some like specific leather work. Because I'm a nerd and I just like to see what other people are doing and how they do stuff. And this guy, he just basically has a bucket, like a 5-gallon bucket on his workstation, and he keeps it like half full of water, and just when he's ready to do any sort of dyeing or anything, he just kind of like takes the handful of leather that he's got and he just dunks it straight into that bucket. And it works pretty well. Obviously, he doesn't have a problem with it. So, who am I to complain? Let's see here. Let's change our degree here so it's a little bit easier to see. There we go. I'm also going to turn off our picture-in-picture here, just because I feel like we're going to get a better view, just like this. Okay. So for this, we're just going to take the sponge, which has already been used with black dye, and we are just going to just run it across our leather. Get a nice even coat. Sometimes I'll just use a dauber, but recently, since I've been doing a number of different pieces at a time, I find the sponge, man, I can't talk now, the sponge ends up working way better. Because then I can just get a whole bunch of them all at once. Just like that. So we will give these a quick flip. Stick them together. We'll have to pull them apart and check the edges and make sure the edges got all the dye as well, but we can do that here in a minute. Just gonna give this a quick one. I know this is more of a gray, but I'm gonna use what's in the sponge first, and then we'll go back over it with the darker black here in just a second. Once we refill what's in our little tray here. Little more black dye. Gotta get going. Not sure if you'll be able to watch on Sunday, so happy early birthday. Thank you so much, Esper. I hope you can make it. If you can't, I completely understand. You know, your schedule is obviously going to be, you know, the top priority.
Lord of
that goes for everybody.
Needs you to hydrate.
But I really appreciate you hanging out tonight. And thank you for the birthday wishes. Really appreciate that. I will hydrate. Give me just a second. At least try to get a smooth coat on all of these. Definitely need to do another one. There we go. Okay. Just try to wipe my hands off so I don't get dye all over my Pizza Hut cup. Cheers, everybody. Drink some water. Hydrate yourselves. Take care of yourselves. So these collars, specifically the Trans Pride collars that I worked on this year, and these ones that I'm now making, I'm doing them because they got super popular on social media really fast after I posted them. Way more so than anything else I've ever posted. And also, it's Pride Month, so we should have more than just one flag. So my thought is I'm probably going to just wind up making this an entire series of collars on my website where people can just order Pride collars. They'll be the same kind of design, so more subtle, with just a few markings in the middle. That's a flag, and but they'll be whatever flag colors people want. If I can do flags on boot charms, I can do flags on these collars, and I think that'd be a nice piece. All right, so that should be completely dyed. Now that we have the black on, y'all can see the patterns a little bit better. The top one is that unique one. You'll see, if I bring this down a little bit, you'll see I went with a grid pattern with some diamonds that kind of like break off at the end, and it happens on both sides. Again, this is because I fucked up. I did my lines in the same direction instead of angled towards each other and like kind of a chevron. So this was me just kind of figuring out what to do with that. And I think this will actually look really cool. It kind of like fades off or trickles off towards the end. And I'm hoping it turns out really nicely. That said, we're gonna put our dyes away. We just need to let this dry now. Also, how's my audio levels going? How are we looking on that? I've noticed that on my OBS, I'm getting into the red with my mic, so it might be a little bit hot, and I want to make sure it's not too bad. So let me know. Let's take our gloves off here. We'll save these. Probably use them again in a little bit. Only have a little bit of dye on them. Alright, let's bring you back up. There we go. going to set this aside to dry, preferably somewhere out of the way. And I think it's like a game of figuring out where that's going to be. Not have a lot of space. Hi, Dragoness Sammy. Welcome. Thanks for coming by and hanging out. We are working on a number of things. We have been working on some collars. We just finished dyeing some new ones. This was the collar that I finished up last time. My Trans Pride collar got really, really popular, and so I'm making more of them. So we were dyeing some fresh leather, getting it to the right color of black. Now we're gonna let that sit. And what we're gonna do now is something a little bit different. I want to design a 20-sided dice out of leather. You mean there's some subby trans people out there? Oh, absolutely. I will say there absolutely is, but I also believe that collars are very good for just fashion statements too. So I know there's going to be plenty of people out there who just want it for like pride, or want it to wear to a club or an event. And that's what I'm also thinking of too. And yeah, we're going to try a D20. So the hard part here is I need to get some of my designs pulled up. Rather, not designs, but I have a couple patterns that I'm going to be basing off of, but we're going to be making our own from scratch. We made a bunch of those. After a while, the angle's turning you. Yeah, that's what I'm expecting is going to happen. But we're going to give it a go. So let me get some of our software pulled up here. I'm going to start with Designer. And then I need to pull up the 20 vector pattern. Flat. Let's see if I can find the same one that I was looking at earlier. Yep, there it is. We are just going to use this as a quick reference. Because of the way we're designing this, we're going to want to make it ourselves, but the layout is super specific, and I want to make sure that we're doing what we can. Also, no worries, Dragoness. Feel free to lurk. Tech conference and a roller derby tournament? That's a lot. Let's see. Put it in here. We are going to turn on my references. Let's see where they are. These are all my pride flags for my boot charms. Oh, it's not loaded. Hold on. Reference images. Yeah, I need to add it. That's why. Okay. Add it. Add file. There we go. Let's see if this works now. Maybe. Possibly. Nope. Okay. Hold on. Is it... One of the D20s you've made is about 2 feet across and has pride flags on each side. That's actually really cool. You make people roll their sexualities and gender. That's fun. That's really fun. There it is. Really tiny. We're gonna blow that up here. We're gonna do that. That's kind of the pattern we're gonna go with. We won't need the tabs because the way leather gets stitched together, or at least how I'm planning it. But let's see. What do we have? Yeah, we'll open that up. File, new, create. Make sure y'all can view this. There we go. And I'm going to jump back to my tabletop because I realized that that was not the source that I needed. We are going to just shrink that back down so I'm not jump scared later when we're actually using that. And we are going to work on this one. Easier. You're supposed to. There we go. Okay. So let's get the reference pulled back up, or get it bigger at least so we can look at it. Not that one. Thank you. Let's see. I want. Oh, you know what? We might need to. This again. Okay, we're gonna cycle through here one more time as we go. Till we find it. There it is. We'll just push that over there for now. Okay. Let's see. One Pride, the news interviewed me about it and asked you if they were with the meaning of it. It's just for fun. Made something up on the spot about how sexuality and gender are not a choice. That's super fair. I mean, it may have been made up on the spot, but it's a good analogy. Roll for gender. Okay. So, these are going to be equilateral triangles. Should be equilateral. Why does that not feel equilateral? Because it's not. That's why. We're just going to do 1 inch by 1 inch. Oh. Help if I put it in the right spot. That still feels wrong. Width and height should just all be 1. Everything 1. End up on the movie. It's a square box. Let me get the measurements. No, it's not. Oh shoot. Okay, so the other way I could do this, and this might be the easier way to save everybody in chat some math and save listening to me do math, because I am not good at it. I can also just pull this into the document and use it to get our triangle. We're going to need to lay these out a little bit differently because we want to utilize this to make a larger box on or a larger dice within the box confines that we have. But to start, we can use this at the very least to get the triangle shape right. let's see. Pull our triangle up. .6% of your width. Okay, so theoretically then, if my width is 1, my height should be 0.866, so 0.866. Oh, yeah, that's actually looks right. Thank you so much. And I bet if we just line this up, yep, we are on track to be perfectly sized. So this is absolutely right. We are just gonna get rid of the one on my file. Thank you so much. That was super helpful. I was just gonna do it by hand until I figured it out. All right. Let's see, it sounds like we might have lost our music. Yep. Go. No, not the same song. Let's go to something different. Let's try something different, please. There we go. All right. So we have our triangle now. We are on track to be perfectly sized. Same. That is chess transition goals. I agree. I definitely am not on track for that right now, unfortunately. Using a bird to do math, still more effective than ChatGPT. Okay, so I watched a really funny clip. I'll talk while I work. I watched a really funny clip where comedians were trying to combat ChatGPT and AI, and so they brought their smartest, like, nerdy friend with them on stage, and they had the friend stand in as representation for AI, and the rule was every time he was asked a question, he had to chug as much of the water that he could in his bottle before he could answer the question. And it was really funny because they immediately got sidetracked and just like asked him a couple random questions, and so he's just sitting there just chugging water. Okay, that story done. We need 5, so we need a couple diamonds of 5. We're just going to start putting these together, and then we'll resize them how we need to here in a minute. I'm not worried about getting them in the same orientation as our reference either, because these aren't going to fold on each other. I'm going to basically sew every single side, which means so long as I have the right as long as I have the right dimensions. So we're going to try to save those dimensions as much as possible. We're going to laser cut all of this, and then we'll sew them together. So we need 20 sides, so 5 of these rows. And honestly, we can save some of our some space if we want to by simply offsetting these just like that. We just need to make sure they all fit in, and they currently do not, so that is something to consider. And the reason I want to be efficient with this is because I want to if I can do this a couple of times, I would love to be able to make this, Man, I'm losing my train of thought. I would love to be able to make a few of these. So that would be 5, which means, so that'd be 10 there. Sorry, no, that's 8. I'm done. So So if we duplicate this all, this puts us at 16, and then we just need the 1 over here. So we can delete those, and that's what it would be. So we could theoretically make 2 per sheet. Matcha, you've got this. So if I actually save the ones that I had, and then do this, we could actually theoretically fit 2 d20s on a sheet. Now, the main question just being, Godspeed, mighty Dick Warrior. You've got this, Macho, you can do it. The big question, of course, is going to be, does this actually fit in, does this fit in the laser on the sheet? Even though it looks like it does here, sometimes it doesn't quite line up properly. And then to top that off, is this going to be a good size? I'm actually a little concerned about the sizing, mostly because these are going to be pretty small, which means stitching is probably going to be a pain in the ass. But this is why we try things out. Position of the numbers relative to each other, by the way. Yeah, I definitely will. Like, so I'm going to reference these, like the pattern that I have here for the actual folding and orientation. But because I'm cutting them entirely out as triangles first, so I can stitch every side, I'm not going to worry about that till after I have all of the pieces. As I'm cutting, I'm just going to let it be, I'm going to let it cut as it is, and then we will orient them via patterns like this to the right side. The important bit is that numbers opposite each other add up to 21 unless you're making a health die. I didn't realize health die were different. That's something I've learned. Okay. Let's see. So, let's do a quick test here. Get our laser turned on. We're going to do a test. We're using some of my purple leather, which is just kind of like my test leather a lot of the time. I'm just going to see, first and foremost, does everything fit? Because if it doesn't fit, then we have more work to do. So let's get Lightburn pulled up. And I'll show that to y'all here in a moment. I guess the first thing we should do, before we do that, let's go ahead and get our numbers in. Right now, I'm just going to make sure they're oriented in a... Oh, Lightburn's covering everything. Make sure they're oriented in the correct pattern, where they're just against a face and relatively centered, and then we will work on the rest. So honestly, easiest thing to do here is just group all of that, rotate it. Health dice are made so that the following numbers are next to each other. 1 is next to 2, is next to 3, etc. So they easily use as an HP indicator without having to look all over for, oh, that makes sense. So you can use it as a counter as much as an actual like dice. Okay, let's let's just start from, actually we're gonna start from 20 because that's gonna be the one that takes up the most space as far as numbers are concerned. We also need to kind of decide our fonts. And do we want 20 to be making this bigger and turning it into a really... Ooh, a dice pouch would be really cool. Hold on. I think I might. I think that'd be a great idea, actually. Dang it. Okay. Changing plans a little bit, because I see it in my head. We are going to... cut this down. Since we make them bigger, we can feasibly make this into a pouch. We will have to reorient a lot of these because we're not going to be able to do probably more than like 2 or 3 in a group. And we do still need to make sure all 20 sides fit, which is going to be the challenge here. So let's see. So that's 5, so we need 4 of these rows. How close do we get? We can do this size. I think this is going to fit just fine. So that would put our each one of our triangles here. Let's select that. That puts us at about 2.386. It's our actual. Yeah, 2.386. Yep, I need to move that, but that puts us in a spot where we can make one larger one. Each piece would be about 2.3 inches for each triangle. So that should be plenty of space for a set of dice. When you put it into an actual 3-dimensional shape, when we're thinking volume. Gosh, this is taking me back to geometry, and I'm not great at this. But I do believe that it's going to be big enough to fit the dice properly. Make sure we're all lined up there. Okay, good. So if we do that, that's kind of what we're looking at. Geometry wars, a little bit. All right, let's get text on this now. So do we want, if we're gonna do that, then I think I want my 20 to be my logo. So let's pull that up. I feel like I have an actual designer file with it. Let's see here. In fact, I'm almost certain I do. If not, we can use our secret cuff patterns, because these are exactly what I'm looking for. We're going to take that. So these will be engraved. Let's see here. The triangle edge is 2 centimeters. The diameter of the die will be about 3.9 centimeters. Ignoring the seams. Okay. Okay. So 3.9 centimeters. That's about, yeah, about 1.5 inches in our measurements, in American measurements. Yeah, that would be volume-wise, that'd actually be pretty good for a full set of B&B dice. It wouldn't fit all that much else, but I don't think you really would need... I was gonna say, how many dice do people carry with them? And that was gonna be a big mistake. Because I know that answer, and it's usually way more. little freedom units. I kind of wish we worked in centimeters and millimeters and metric more. It's okay, we could use hands. You know, people who measure horses use hands, and I hate that. Okay, now we'll add the rest of our numbering. Probably change this font too. Because Arial is just not doing it for me. We could do the Mountain Dew font. Realistically, I probably will go Cooper Black because it's a bolder font. It's one that I use pretty regularly. Kind of shape it out a little bit here. That's going to be too big. I think probably something like that is not too bad. Let this there we go. Your job is all in metric except when it comes to the technical stuff. Yeah. That's frustrating. That's how we lose our Mars River. You know what? That's yeah. That is how it happens. Oh my gosh. Alright, we are just gonna take nope, not what I wanted. There we go. Make duplicates first. Make sure we're going with the right size here. I want to make sure we're centered, you know, in the same spot for all of these. Excuse you, please. Give me. Probably need to just zoom in. It's trying to fit with everything else, but what I want it to. You're just not going to actually give me the center, are you? Okay. Yeah, I think I vaguely remember that. I mean, to be fair, we've lost a lot of Mars rovers at this point. But they sometimes come back. Center here. There we go. Okay. It's 15. Okay. This way. Get 16 out of the way here. I want you to just focus on the triangle, please. Pretty good here. Okay, here we go. So 11, 10, 9. There we go. I feel like do that. Just so it's knowable what it is. And now, let's take these two, give them a bit of a rotate here. We're looking at right about there. We'll double check this here. There we go. Switch you over to 8. We'll recenter it again anyway. All right. Going a little faster now. 7. Don't need the underline here. You really want a laser cutter? They're fun. 6. Underline that. You want a laser cutter, your GF prompts your hers. Can't find the dongle that the software needs. What type of laser cutter? Do you know the brand or the make? Go. There we go. You lost your dongle. That's super fair. You know, we could all stand to lose ours. Who needs dongles? Okay. Oh no, not you. Don't need you. Need to be right in the center there. That's looking pretty close. Go down just a little bit. 5, 4, there we go. You have to ask her. That's fair. 8. 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 10, 11, 9. Oh, that's why. That's a double 9 right there. We're just going to turn you into 1. I feel like I'm missing one. I was not. Okay, but this is like the perfect example I like to give because I work at a tire warehouse. 25 is the width of the rim in millimeters, 60 is how tall the sidewalk is. It's a percentage of the first number. Now I have a double 6. No, it's 9 and 6. So the underlining. Do I want to do periods instead, though? Because I almost like that a little bit better. I think it just looks a little cleaner. That's a personal preference for me, though. Oh, fair. That's fair. There's definitely a bit of a delay. I think I'm going to... Oh. I'm going to do... Doesn't look as good with the 9. That's frustrating. Yep. I'm missing my 3 and my 2, which will go down there. I just noticed I didn't have room for a 1, and I was like, where did that go? Grab these. Three, 2. Like right about there. That's about as good as we're gonna get for that. Okay, now tricky part. You should already be curves. Yep. Tricky part is turning all of these numbers into curves because the laser software, Lightburn, is really shitty with fonts. It does not do them well. And so I find taking all of your letters and converting them over to curves so that they're shapes is the best option when you know you have kind of the layout you want. So now we have this. This should be theoretically ready to go. So we are going to export it real fast. Export as SVG. Dice bag. And now we're going to switch over to our Lightburn software. We could probably pull our reference image off for now. And we are, let's see. Okay, we are going to import what we just made. There we go. So there's all of our letters, or all of our numbers arranged. Now, before we do anything else, we are going to frame out our laser, make sure that when we go, we are in the, what is it? When we go, we are in the bounds of the letter we're going to cut. I can't speak. What size is your edge? Make a paper test print to see if it would fit a dice set. So my edge is currently at, let me do a quick measurement. It was like 2.386 inches. Can I convert that over to metric? I cannot easily do that without doing math. Hold on. 2.386. It's about 60.5 millimeters, so you probably round up just to 61. Or yeah, 25 centimeters. Or sorry, 60 millimeters to, which is, gosh, I forget the conversion. It's 10 millimeters in a centimeter. So yeah, it would be, oh gosh, 6.5 centimeters, 6.6 centimeters. Yeah. Embarrassing myself with bad math. All right. So before we do anything, let's frame this out. Oh, it would help if the everything was actually sitting on the right spot here, which it is currently not, so we're gonna have to redo this. But that's fine. Alright, not worried about this. There we go. Make sure I'm lined up on all corners here. Also, we can turn on our light here. Get us a little better lighting. Okay, now let's actually frame that again. That should be much, much better. So far, we're looking pretty good. I don't think we're going to have any issues with this. Just because... So it looks like we can move it up, but we are going to fit. Everything's going to fit, which is exactly what I was hoping for. So, let's move the whole piece up a little bit. And then we'll do one more quick frame, just make sure that didn't mess anything up. Just eyeballing it, but it should hold multiple sets. Awesome. Yeah, I mean, if it can hold even like 2 or 3 sets, that would be ideal. But I'm not super worried either way. Even if it just holds 1, I'd be happy, but I think we'll be fine. The real game is going to be, is this laser going to cut through this purple leather super well? Sometimes it has problems, so it wouldn't surprise me. Let's see here. Looks like we're fitting everything just fine, so let's go ahead and get our engraving set up here. We're going to quickly ungroup all of this. Select everything we want engraved, so we can move it over to a new level, or a new layer, rather. This will probably take a fair bit of time because this is a lot of space to engrave. We could do a couple of fun things here. It would be a lot more setup, but we made a chainmail dice bag that was much smaller. Oh, nice. And it held a set and a half. Perfect. First things first, let's go ahead and get it to green. We're going to move this over to fill. Change our settings here. We want around 2,000 at 50% for the purple. See those, so I have like duplicates here that I don't need, so get rid of those. It looks like this whole engraving would take about an hour and 11 minutes. How are you going to make it close? That's a good question. So I was thinking about that after you mentioned it. There's a couple of like magnetic snaps that might be a good option. I could do where I sew one side, which acts as the hinge, and then I could do little interior tabs on the other 2 sides that are magnetic and would hold the dice bag closed when it's not in use. And then we would just reinforce those ends to be a little stiffer so that you could pull on it and it would be a little more sturdy as a lid. That's my current thought. There could be other ways to do it, but for the moment, that's where I'm leaning towards. Now, one of the things we can do here, which might actually speed up our cut time. Also, one of the things I dislike most about light burn is a choice is a software of choice for sure. One thing I dislike most about these letters and these numbers is that the engraved portion, the 4, is all just going to be engraved burned leather, and that's fine. But it also doesn't look as good, and I couldn't color it with something else. So I think I want to give it an offset, which theoretically, just do the outer shapes only, just a very tiny one here. Let's see, they should all still fit within our numbers here. It looks like 14 might have to move a little bit. That's fine. Oh gosh, all of these are grouped. Okay, we ungroup these. Are all of these are all grouped too? Okay, you know what? We are just going to. I wish Lightburn had a true lock feature. Sometimes it's a pain in the butt. So let's just move 14 over just a little bit, just so it's not quite so close to the edge, and we're going to check all of our other numbers. 18's pretty close, we'll move that one over. Everything else looks pretty decent though. Nope. 18 might just need to go down a little bit. There. That'll look a little bit better there. 19 can also go down. Not that much. Yeah. Should be a little more centered for those bigger numbers there. A little bit further away from the edges where we're cutting. Now, let's see. I want to duplicate this again. I might have had a reason for doing that. I'm seeing it now. What I do need to do is ungroup this stuff, because I really don't want a bunch of this excess. It's not quite worth it. Also, there's some extra lines in here that I really don't need. There we go. How's that looking? That looks cleaner. Okay. Consequently, this actually made the cut longer. So we're going to do a little optimization here. We also still need to change this. So 500. We want this to be at 100% power. And we actually want to do like 5 passes for the line cutting portion. The purple, the darker the leather, typically, at least for this 10-watt laser, which is not the most powerful in the world, the darker the leather, the harder it is for the laser to penetrate. So you need to do more passes in order for it to cut all the way through. So now we're looking at almost a 2-hour cut. That's great. I mean, I'm not doing anything else tonight. I can go an extra hour and a half over what I was going to do. We can just throw this on in the background and switch over to working on like painting some of our boot charms and stuff, which I need to get done anyway. So we'll do that. And if it doesn't finish before the end of the stream, that's fine. I can share it with y'all afterwards. For now, though, let's get everything set up. So what I do here, we've got our fan running. Let's get... So I've got a fan that vents all of the smoke outside. So it's not with me where I'm breathing. I also tend to light a little bit of incense as well. That just helps me keep track. I put it in the enclosure here and it helps me keep track of where our odors and particulates are going. Because if I smell it, then I know that that we're going to smell it in the house or in the workroom, and then I can up the fan a little bit. Okay. And the incense is just far more pleasant. If I'm going to smell something, it's far more pleasant than the smell of leather being burned. Okay. So, close all of that up. So we are good. We should do a quick bit of optimization here. We don't need to go by priority or layer. We want to go by group, then layer. Because I actually want to group all of these. I want to group all these letters first. I'm going to turn you off for a second. Grab everything in here, group that up, and then we're going to do the same with these. There we go. Eight sets. That's fair. I would say, yeah, the thickness of the leather would be taken into account, so I'd say comfortably maybe 7 would be a good guess. That's not bad. It's a good dice set. Okay. So it's going to go through, it's going to engrave everything first. I'm not super fond of. Honestly, what I'm going to do is probably change this to just go row by row. Because, yeah, that's what I'm going to do, for sure. So that way, when we go, if there is a mistake somewhere along the line, like something gets bumped in the process, there's a good chance that some of this will still be recoverable. And then I might only need to print a little bit. So, okay. With that, yeah, okay, that looks a lot better. One triangle opening may be narrow to easily find dice. Is there a way you can have it open like an egg? Like the... Oh, probably. That might be a good way to do it. That would just be a different way of doing magnets. I'm sure we can make that happen. I'll have to look. We'll have to kind of play with it once we get them cut. For now, though, let's give this a start. Yeah, okay. We are good to go there, so we are going to switch back to our table here. And we are going to get set up and just do a little bit of painting, because we still have several flags to do. Let's pull our reference back up. Yeah, we can start with the Disability Pride. Now I have your interest. Yeah, this is I've just started prototyping this. This is a Florentine flogger. So I made this today. This is nice, soft deer tan leather, so it's definitely more for sensation than anything. But I've made one. I'm going to make a second one at some point soon. We've got the fringe all cut out already. That'll be something that we work on, probably on stream, because I would love to make it a product. I actually have more of these swivel clips coming, so that I can make a fair number of them. I want to try making one with slightly heavier or thicker leather, because I want to see how that changes the sting and the feel, because that's really important for kind of getting, you know, a gauge of like, oh, here's what people want when they are, you know, looking at items like that. Okay, now for paint, we are going to really probably just move our entire paint tray over here, get everything off of it. Oh, it's so unorganized right now. But let's pick out our colors here. Shame you can't use leather ones. Yeah, that's fair. It does look nice. I'm sure there's good alternatives though. And if I can ever get my hands on some good alternative, like leather material, I'm already looking into like biothane for collars and stuff, because I do want to offer like vegan alternatives that you know, people can purchase that still kind of match the quality of things that I like to make. So that's something that's absolutely on my mind. I just don't know what would be a good alternative for a flogger like that. And we need a red, yellow, white, light blue, and a green. Yeah, they're very hard, hard to burn. That's, yeah, that is the trick. Now, I mean, gratefully with a flogger, you really don't want to like burnish those edges at all, because you know you want that softer. You want the edges to stay softened a little bit, so they're not like super sharp. But for everything else, I absolutely agree. They're a little bit challenging, and they do tend to melt. So we want our light blue. Do we want pale or light? I think we want pale for this, because we're going to do kind of a desaturated sky. What is sky? I don't know if I've heard of that. And if I can get it here in the US, I mean, that would be a great option. Got some yellow. We're definitely gonna have to mix stuff with white to make it more muted colors. Do our red. Do the blue, so then we just need green. And we'll do our light green here. So this should be our color choice. Get our little palette out. And where's one of my little mixing spoons? Yeah, there. Okay. We'll set the rest of these colors aside so that they're just not in the way. I'm gonna get everything set up here. Boot charms here. So we're going to do these four for the Disability Pride flag. Oh, we need gray. That was the other color we need. So light gray. There we go. Would that be too light? We kind of need we almost just need a dark gray. I might have to mix that. Just do like a drop of black and a lot of white. Let's see here. Yeah, we'll start mixing these colors up, see if we can't make a good palette, and we'll work from there. It's a faux leather that's used for upholstery, so it tends to be thicker, less plasticky than pleather meant for clothing. Okay, I'll look into it, because, let's see, let me actually make a note of that for future. Because like I said, if I can find a good alternative, Sky leather, sky faux leather. There we go. Okay. No, I think I've seen this stuff before. I could probably make some stuff with that. The problem is, does it come in a variety of thicknesses? Like, is it really thin because it's mostly fabric leather, or does it come in something with a little more body, like what I tend to use is like 3 to 4 ounce leather. And so I'd love to find stuff that is in that same thickness range. Comes with some thickness. Okay. Awesome. Definitely be up to give that a go then. Okay, so we need 5 different colors besides white. We're just gonna make a little tray of white variations here. 3, 4, 5, and then our actual white here. There we go. And we're basically just gonna do a tiny drop of each until we get the colors we want. You got some that's several millimeters, call it 1 to 2/10 of an inch. Okay, I actually don't know the exact measurements. So leather is measured in ounces as far as weight's concerned, and that has a thickness tied to it. I actually don't know what that actually translates over to. That said, I can actually measure some of the leather I have here and see if we get close. Let's see. I should actually grab another spatula. Have a couple of these, and my little mixing cup, my rinsing cup. There we go. That'll at least work for that. Just wipe off some of the excess yellow while we work. See if we can't get a really nice pale yellow, which that's like on the money just about. Sammy, thank you so much. Enjoy, or at least tolerate, doing capitalism as best as you can. I really appreciate it. And please hang out anytime. We'd love to have you back. And to answer before you go, if you're still here, the leather I work with is typically about 3 millimeters thick. So it looks like Sky might actually work for me. So I'll definitely look into it. All right. There we go. Okay, let's do the same thing with the other colors real fast. Just gonna mix them in, try to find the right mixes. Start with just like 1 drop of everything, especially the darker colors. And we'll mix it in and just see where we get. Pale can probably actually get a little bit more because it's already been lightened, it's not just a blue. If it turns too dark, we'll deal with it. Go. Have a good day. Oh yeah, I forgot my red is very messed up. So let's go ahead and just scoop a little dollop of that and just manually mix this in. Thank you everybody for hanging out. I understand we are going to be going past my usual time here pretty soon, so if y'all have bedtimes or things that you have to do for the day, by all means feel free and go do what you got to do. But if you want to stay and hang out for longer, I'm probably going to go as long as this engraver has, which still has about an hour and 45 minutes left. So it's going to be a while. I don't know if I'll go that whole time, but I'm going to try to at least stay up till I finish a couple of these flags. So yeah, feel free to hang out or don't. And yeah, thank you for being here. We are currently just mixing up some paints. We are gonna paint our boot charms. We are working on the Disability Pride flag today, and just trying to mix our colors in right now, since the Disability Pride flag is desaturated. We want to try to make a nice pastel or desaturated color tone ourselves. And honestly, I think we're doing pretty well. I think green is going to need a little more help. The pink, or the red, I think is pretty good. I'm not worried too much about mixing that further. Green will go a little bit darker. And it's probably my fault. I'm using a light green instead of my regular green. But we'll make it work since we've already started to mix it. Hi, Star. You're just playing Fields of Mystria? That's super fair. I actually think I'm going to first close the red. I'm going to get a darker green. And mix that in. See if we can't get this closer to the actual color of the flag. Because right now she's just a little bit, just a little too light, and I don't think the light green is going to get us there. So we're gonna do like a drop to start with. Might overdo it, but I don't think we will. I think we're gonna get pretty close. We're all said and done and all mixed up. In fact, we might need another drop. Who knows? We're definitely getting closer. I think the darker green was the right choice. So we're going to do that again. One more drop. Make sure we actually get it all in here. There we go. How are we looking comparison-wise? I feel like we're getting there. Definitely needs to be a little more green. So we'll just add one more drop, and we're just gonna keep doing that. Hopefully we don't have to do it much more. I think we're getting close. So we are darkening every time, which is good. Yeah, I think we're looking much better there. I think we could still afford to go darker, but I'm kind of hesitant to. Honestly, I'm looking at it and I'm like, the red could actually be a little bit darker. So I might do another drop of red in there. We're not looking for like a pink. We want something that distinctly looks more desaturated. of the standard like jewel tone RGB colors. So I can almost guarantee we're gonna have to do this with blue as well when we get there. Yeah, I think we're finally getting, that's about it. I think we're finally there with the green. I think we'll call that one good. Before I jump back to the red, I am going to work on the blue. Because again, since we're starting with a pale blue, I think we're gonna have to add a little bit of our regular blue here to get us closer to that desaturated tone rather than a pastel. So yeah, we've got like a nice sky blue now. So we just lighten our blue even further. Honestly, are we really close? Is that really a close blue? Kind of looks like it might be. Maybe like a shade darker. I bet if I do one drop of our regular blue, I think we'll get there. Just like that. We've either made it or we've ruined it. Either way, we'll be fine. We can always adjust. Get all of the little bits and pieces out of here. There we go. Yeah, I think that's it. I think that's the blue that we're looking for. Just splash paint water all over myself. Love that. Gonna have blue tits. Let's see here. Okay, let's do our gray. Yummy paint water. Absolutely yummy paint water. It's the yummiest. Finally, okay. Wait just a second. The green that has been trapped on this spatula for so long, this little spoon, is finally peeling off. So I'm gonna get rid of that. So I don't need it falling into any of my other paints. This green was on this before the move down here. And it was so stuck on I couldn't get rid of it. Be right back. Gonna go get a pickle. All right, have a good pickle. Make sure we get a nice mix in here. I think this gray is gonna be pretty close when we're all said and done. Big day, Saturn. I hope y'all are doing well. Thanks for hanging out with me tonight. Matcha, if you're still hanging around, thank you as well. That's absolutely the gray we're looking for. Okay, I'm gonna do a little bit more red. Just because she's looking a little too pink. Sorka. It's not the right pickle for the cravings. sure this actually starts to mix in instead of just sits on the spoon. I really need to get a new red because this red has been messing up. You misplay. Try hiding it in a pickle jar. It might work for you. Maybe one more drop of red. We're still a little bit more on the pink side. You're gonna go take a shower? All right, thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate all of y'all. Without you, this stream would be nothing. I would just be talking to dead air, which is what I usually do when I'm not streaming, but yeah, have a good night. Let's see, not that much. There we go. That mixed in here. There we go. That's looking a little bit darker. That's closer to the red I'm looking for. I think that's going to be our color palette. I think that's going to work for us. So we are going to start painting this. Just get this spatula cleaned here. Set aside in case we need it later. Put my caps back on all of my paints. Keep them nice. And now we are going to see if we can get this to work. To look good. Okay, our first color, so our center color is going to be white. We'll start there. Go. Put that around. As per usual with the whites, we'll probably need to do a couple of coats. Always goes on a little bit transparent. How's the laser going, everybody? I've not been watching it. Mostly because you shouldn't stare at lasers. Though, on the camera it's fine. Looks like we're doing okay. Looks like we're finally cutting out our first row. Nice. Okay. Put the white on for these. Welcome back for anybody who is doing ads. I appreciate you for sticking around. There we go. Quick, while my mods are asleep, I can shrimp. There we are. Big start. Not letting me off the hook, I see.
25 needs a bird to stop shrimping.
Just thinking about shrimping reminds me, I want to make a posture collar at some point too. That's another pattern that I need to work on building out, because that would be a lot of fun too. Go. I have not made a posture collar yet. I have one. It's just in storage in another state. And at this point, I don't think I'm ever getting it back. So I could buy one, like I did the first time. Or I can pattern and make my own and then sell them eventually. You know, that's the hope. But yeah, I unfortunately have not made one yet. That is just on the list to do. A stop, oh yeah, absolutely. A stop to get all of the stuff. That wouldn't be a stop, that'd have to be a whole trip, because I have like a house's worth of things in storage. I've been talking with the person who has been so gracious about letting me use their garage for the past 2 years to store it. And we're talking about downsizing and selling some stuff off, donating some stuff. Just because I have things here, so I really don't need everything that's up there. I really would like to keep some of the art that I have in storage, maybe some of the kink stuff, like the posture collar, if we can find the box. All of my extra clothes would be nice. But big stuff like furniture, not so much needed. Maybe some of my kitchen gear. I'd like to have some of my kitchen gear back. Alright, we are looking pretty good. Do one more coat of white here. Just to kind of help us cover anything that's still a little bit see-through. We love some good old cantina music. Alright. This is the last one that really has any transparency left. There we go. Alright. Our whites are done. Now, our next one I think is our light blue or our yellow. Let's jump to our yellow, I think. We'll slowly work towards the darker colors. go. This yellow is definitely going to need a couple coats too. Honestly, I won't be surprised if most of these colors do. There we go. I say that, but it does seem like the yellow's actually starting to stick a little bit better. Maybe it just need to be spread out. Let's see. This is looking pretty good here. Might be more of a touch-up coat rather than a full second coat here. Okay. Move on to the next one here. Just give it a nice first coat. We'll come back and work on the rest in a little bit. The desaturation on the Disability Pride flag is a really cool feature. I like it. It's kind of a pain to mix the colors, but definitely worth it. Okay, there we go. A little bit more right there in the middle. Get this to lay a little bit smoother here. Definitely gonna need another coat for sure, but a good start. Hope everyone's having a nice evening and winding down. I'll probably finish these flags here. And I know the laser's still going and it's not going to be finished for a while. But I'll probably finish these flags and go ahead and call it for the night. I'll make sure I post pictures of the final laser cut on my Discord, probably on Blue Sky as well. And we'll do a short update when I stream on Sunday. I'll show you what we have. You've been fed? Oh, the Void's been fed. Good, good. The Void demands munchies and crunchies. And some wet food, I'm sure. Go. It was soup time. That's fair. Soup time's very important. Voids can't function without soup. There we go. Looking good. Yellow's very pastel. Very much, it's like a, it always reminds me of like an Easter color. Or just a springtime color. Probably because I used to raise chickens. Alright, we're just going to go back through, make sure all the coats look even and nice. Add a little more paint where we need to. Think it'll darken once the red's next to it. Yeah, it probably will. I think you're right. Even if it doesn't, it's still pretty spot on color-wise. So I'm not super worried. There we go. One more bit of yellow to go. And we'll just let the yellow dry for a little while. We can always come back and touch it up a little bit later if we need to. But I think we have pretty decent coverage now. Our laser is about 34% done. Which means it's got about an hour and 20 left on it. Next, I'm going to flip and do the other side, so that's going to be our light blue. There we go. That's looking pretty nice. Too bad I'm not here. It's almost... I know, it's almost time for a Sonic run. It would be a great night for a Sonic run. The worst part about where I'm at right now is the nearest Sonic is like a 30-minute drive, if not longer. It is not close. We'll definitely need to do a Sonic run next weekend when I'm up there. Unfortunately, the market, I think, goes to like 2 a.m., so it might even be too late for a Sonic run on the market. But we could do one during the weekend itself. Okay, I want to clean up this edge just a little bit. Go. Blue actually I don't think is going to need really another coat. Again, I might touch up if I need it. But the blue's going on pretty nicely. They were a lot of fun. Definitely a fun time. Especially when we were in the middle of prepping for, big markets and stuff, so we're already going crazy from just working and getting materials and products ready. There we go. Touch that up just a little bit. Yeah, I think our blues are pretty clean. Oh, the power of free will. Yep. Alright, get my brush cleaned off here. We'll switch over to our next color, which is going to be our red. Go. There we are. Our red is next to our yellow. Let's not mistakenly put it in the wrong spot. Go. That red looks really, really good. Making some good progress here. And this red's going on super smoothly. Definitely not going to need another coat for this one. Go. A little bit more here. Here we are. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. Our green, and all we have left is our gray. Okay. Oop, the green's a little bit thin. Not as bad as the white is, though, so... I think as it dries, it's gonna look a little nicer. There we go. Decent first coat. Star, did you see there was a couple of the cozy games from that cozy game showcase that I watched a few days ago and forwarded over to you? Did you see the one that looks a lot like Stardew Valley? But if like the farmers are all like the size of like a mouse. Did you see that one? I saw it and immediately got drawn to it because in some person's farm, like in the title screen, there's just a like a bluebird nesting in the farm, and it's giant. I'm like, I need this game. Big burps. I'm trying to remember what it was. I definitely wishlisted it. So I'll definitely be playing it when it comes out. You know, assuming I can afford it at the time. But it was very good. There we go. Everything's going on nicely now. Alright, do a quick touch up on these, make sure we are evenly coated. Honestly, the green went on a little bit watery, but it's actually dried really nicely. I don't think we're gonna need another coat like I thought we would. All right, last color, our gray. And then we are gonna probably call it for the night. One of the other games I saw in that little like cozy, you might have? Did I might have missed that one. If you sent it, I might have missed it. I'm sorry if that's the case, because I don't remember anything with a mockingbird. I was gonna say, did you see the one of the other ones that looked kind of cute and fun? I think it was called Dungeon Tourists, where you're like, looks like your critters like cats or something, and you're just riding through a dungeon, and it's kind of like Pokemon Snap. It looks super cute. Yeah, I definitely wishlisted that one as well. There was also one about bringing water to habitats. Kind of like a puzzle game, top down, either isometric or just like a 3/4 angle game. That one's also on my wish list too. I think that'd be a fun one to play. Possibly just a fun one to play here on stream. I have a similar game called Preserve that I like to play on occasion, and that one is a lot of fun too. Probably should play that on stream sometime. Right, we are nearly finished up here. 2 more flags after this. 2 more gray spots on flags. And yeah. Then it is bird still needs food time. That did not happen during the stream, so I need to probably do a late night Taco Bell run. Alright. Here we go. Just finishing up these lovely Disability Pride flags. Actually really pleased with how these are coming out. I hope people like them. It's one of those flags that we don't see often. There's not a whole lot of like visual representation of them. I'm really excited to be able to have it. I'm hoping someone will come across it and be like, oh my gosh, I never find flags like this. And then I'll just keep adding more flags to my repertoire. Was that about me not eating yet? Sorry. I had like a pseudo late lunch, you know, like 3 p.m. We're fine. And also, it's injection night. I need to do that too. Really can't forget that one. Meds are important. I'm almost done. I'm gonna go eat in like 4 or 5 minutes. We'll get a raid going for like the 3 of us that are here. Not that, you know, I think any of us are gonna stay super long, but I at least want to try. And then I'm gonna go get some food. We are just finishing up. Go. All right, y'all. That looks really good. I think if we compare our flags here, I think our gray could have been darker. I might go back and try to darken it up a little bit. Focus for me, please. Here, there we go. Our gray could definitely be a little bit darker. All the other colors look pretty good. I won't darken the gray right now. I have been told to go get some food, so that's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna kind of wind it down here. Thank you. I'm glad. I think it looks really good too. So with that in mind, we are going to find someone to raid really fast. Let's see here. Let's see who's online. Do I have any followers that are, or anybody that I'm following? Fran's on. Perfect. I know there's only a couple of us. Please hang out with Fran for a little bit. I'm going to do it as well. Probably keep it on while I eat. Fran's a sweetie. And it looks like playing Kingdom Hearts, the 1.5 and 2.5 remix HD. So that looks like that's going to be fun. Yeah, have a lovely evening. I'm going to get this raid started. Hopefully, yeah, just stay in just long enough to say hi. You don't have to stick around for super long, but I know she'd really appreciate it. So. Yeah, we're gonna do that right now. Few people raiding. And then we are gonna drop over to our ending soon.